Good evening. We'll call the meeting to order. My name's Scott W. Spradley. I'm the vice chair of the board. Joe Pizzulli is the chair and is out tonight, so I'll cover for him. Why don't we start with, I would ask Mr. Chestnut if he'd lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Does anyone on the board need or would like any time to review the minutes that were circulated with our packets? If not, is there a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting?
I'll move to approve the minutes of the April 5th meeting.
Okay. All right. All approve?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right. Minutes are approved.
For the record, after they've been opposed, just to bring up the clean record.
All right. Any opposed to approval of the minutes? Seeing none. All right. So we're going to start with, we'll go right down the list. Old business, Life's a Beach Sandbar and Grill, its application, seeking to allow amplified, non-amplified events. Excuse me? Okay, that's all right. Mr. Trino, would you like to present?
I can, but generally Penny presents the outdoor entertainment permit apps.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this item came, I think it was supposed to come before your May, it did go before your May board. I believe the attorney, April? March, oh wow, it has been a while. Okay, it came before the attorney requested a continuance.
I'm sorry, Penny, before you get started, I think Ms. Witherspoon has a voting conflict, and you all have a voting conflict form.
Copied, yes.
You have a copy of that form, and if you would, Ms. Witherspoon, if you would declare the conflict and the nature of the conflict, please.
I have a conflict because I live within the 200 feet, and I am opposed.
And I believe you'll be participating from the podium tonight?
I will, thank you.
Sorry, these mics aren't, not very much. So the applicant has come before you before. The attorney of record for the applicant requested a continuance. Then there was a couple of issues with no items for the board for a particular month's meeting, so that brings us to now. The applicant was getting special event applications approved to have outdoor entertainment until they could get reviewed by the PAR board and then on to the city commission. We were receiving numerous complaints about the location and the noise, and so the city manager, because I had requested special permission several years ago for the commission to allow me to issue special event permits while applicants were going through the process of an annual permit, because it can take up to 2.5 months to get it if they don't hit the meeting deadline times just right. So that was a request I asked of the commission. They approved it. That went on for a few years. When the numerous complaints came in about this applicant, and the city manager put out an email on been a long day, sorry. The city manager distributed an email on May 3rd asking that all pending outdoor outdoor entertainment applications not receive any special event application approvals to have music while their applications are pending. And at that time, Life's a Beach had just been issued one, so they were allowed to continue until May 10th. That was the last day they could have that. And to my knowledge, with the exception of something I read in information from the city attorney, they have not had any more, with the exception of one time where they contracted with a sound engineer to, I guess, review to ensure that they're going to meet the requirements of our ordinance. I don't have really anything else. The par board's seen everything. I've given copies to the applicant's attorney. So it's in your guys' hands now.
All right, thank you. So Drew, are we ready to hear from the applicant? And I see Mr. McGuire in attendance.
Good afternoon. I have the sound engineer, Cole Seaver. He should be appearing by Zoom.
Let me pull him up. So I can't have two things. I can't have you and him. So do you want to do your spiel and then go to him, or we're going to go back and forth just so we can leave him up?
I'll do my spiel first and then have him speak
Sorry.
and then do another one. I think
Excuse me, who are you?
my name is Matt McGuire.
Thank you.
I represent Life's a Beach.
Can you turn the microphone on, Matt? I'm
Sure.
sorry. There's a little button.
My name is Matt McGuire. I represent Life's a Beach. We were up here, as Ms. Overstreet stated, roughly 3 to 4 months ago on this. We tabled it. In the meantime, we've had a sound engineer who will speak today, Cole Seaver, come out to the business to review the decibel readings, and he can obviously testify about his experience and expertise in decibel readings and sound engineering in general. And I think there's some other issues that came up, and they weren't, I guess, at that point necessarily relevant, but they came in during that last hearing, the main one being the bathrooms. So we've sent pictures to Mr. Smith of the completion of the bathrooms here. I think it's relevant just from an aesthetic point of view, and also from the fact that the bathrooms do act as an additional sound barrier. They're located right behind the sound stage here, and they do block sound. So that's important. And then my clients have taken additional mitigation steps, including soundproofing the stage, relocating the stage. The stage faces directly east at this point, so it's in the best location to reduce sound and reduce any inconvenience for any neighbors. I also just informed Mr. Smith, and this is not necessarily part of today's presentation, but we have also, my clients have also purchased a privacy soundproofing fence to be located directly behind the business. So we've sent the invoice and receipt to Mr. Smith, but that's supposed to be installed within about a week. So that'll help as well. I'll finish up after Mr. Seaver speaks, but we can let him speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, again. Excellent. My name is Mr. Seaver. I'm an audio engineer in Palm Coast, Florida. I actually am the engineer at the Flagler Auditorium there locally. I also own a recording studio for the past 25 years with a college degree also in audio engineering. A couple weeks back, I was called to go check out the restaurant bar that we're speaking of to see what they can do to pretty much soundproof their area, and are they within the law. I brought 3 different styles of DVD readers. I brought in an old one that I had by Radio Shack. It was a very good one. It's one of the old ones. And also bought in the Reed R8050. They range about $300, so the DVD readers are pretty accurate. As well as a DVD reader on my cell phone with external microphone plugged into it. But the reason why I'm telling you that external microphone is if you do any type of DV reading with a cell phone, using the cell phone microphone, it's inaccurate. Majority of all of our cell phone microphones have what we call a limiter on the microphone, which allows it not to capture loud volumes, number one. And number two, there's usually what we call a high pass filter. And what that does is it rolls off and takes away some of these sub frequencies so that tiny little microphone and the cell phone can read what it can. So typically anything from 250 hertz and below, a microphone on a cell phone is not going to pick it up. And those are the frequencies that travel the furthest, are your lower frequencies. So because lower frequencies are more omnidirectional, you can't control it. So the reason why I say this is when I went to the restaurant bar, the Sandbar, I noticed that the owner took time to soundproof the stage. So the stage was facing the street, but the back side of the stage and the north side and east side of the stage were all soundproofed on the inside to try to keep the sound going out towards the street as much as possible. They had also told me that they moved the stage from the north end fence where the stage was facing south. They moved it to a different position so it could face the A1A. In return, they also built bathrooms, like I think that's a surface required mention. They built a very large bathroom facility right behind the stage. So not only do they have soundproofing on their stage, they have a very large bathroom unit that's also going to break up that sound going towards homes behind them. They also have bushes on each side of the stage, which also help reflect a lot of the sound. And then they have a fence right behind that. And now I see that they're building a soundproof fence behind them again. But I believe right, it's either going to be a 6-foot and 8-foot fence, from what I was told. When it comes to a business, I don't know what else they could do to try to stop sound. I mean, the guy's definitely done way above and beyond that majority of bars and restaurants that I have seen in the past, because I used to be a musician as well. Also, when I was there, they had one of their local guys that normally plays there. He wasn't playing music, but in the digital world of entertainment, you're able to record yourself on a digital mixing board and play it back at the same levels that you would normally play at. When I was there, he had turned his PA system and played his own recordings that he recorded of himself to a certain level that he said that he performed at. And if I'm not mistaken, that was somewhere around, from the paperwork that I've sent him, 72 or 73 dB. That was me 10 foot in front of the speakers. Okay? I can honestly say that A1A, the traffic, is going to give off about 75 dB. 70 dB is about as loud as your dishwasher. That's how loud 70 dB is. Okay? So if a single act or a two-piece act is playing on that stage, and they're playing anywhere between 70 and 80 dB, doubling the distance, every time you double the distance, you lose 6 dB. So in other words, if I'm 10 foot in front of the speakers, it's reading at 70 dB, and then I go back 20 foot, I'm now at 64 dB. So depending on how far the houses are behind them, with all of that soundproofing, bushes, fence, a building, I mean, you're going to drop at least 20 to 30 dB. So when it comes to people calling in complaining, I don't know what they're measuring with. I don't know if they're measuring with their TV on. People's TVs in their house run at about 70 dB. Being that far away from where I saw the buildings and the homes, I don't see how they could be breaking rules orders.
You're wrong.
I'll follow up here. Mr. Seaver,
Yeah,
did you take decibel readings when you were at the business?
I did.
Okay.
I
And
did. As a matter of fact, I sent the owner, and I do believe I sent it to you. Majority of them are around anywhere between 70 and say 78 dB. But the higher dB rating, the 78 dB measurement that I had, I think it was 78 or 79, that was taken as soon as I got out of the car on the corner of their property, and nothing was playing. That is strictly street noise.
okay. And did you provided a written report in this?
Yes,
Okay. Did you also provide video?
I did.
And is the video good?
I walked to the block behind the restaurant, and it registered by around 55 dB, if I'm not mistaken, with the music playing at the level that they would normally play at. So once again, you gotta keep in mind that it's not an estimate, it's not a guess. It's 100% true that doubling of your distance will drop to negative 6 dB. So you have to know where you're standing when you measure. And then you keep on doubling that, you will go down negative 6. So it's almost impossible for them to be at least 75 dB at the block behind them where the residential homes are. Only way that would be possible is if a band was playing and they were playing at about 115 dB. Then at that distance, yeah, you could be at 80 dB, 80, 85 dB. But the problem is nobody would be able to stand at that bar if that band was playing at 115 dB. 115 dB is almost, it's about 7 dB wider than a jet taking off. A jet's about 130, 140 dB.
So in your experience, what's the normal volume of a outdoor entertainer, musician, et cetera?
Well, an acoustic guitar, if you're just dealing with single acts and duo acts, that typically play acoustic instruments. And what I mean by acoustic instruments, I don't mean acoustic instruments with no amplification. I mean with amplification. Typically you would run at around 70, 75 dB. I mean, that's about where the size of that restaurant, that's about where you would want to be. When I'm doing shows at the Flagler Auditorium, it's 1,100 seater. I'm dealing with rock and roll bands, and I am peaking. I mean, the highest that I had is 95 dB, and that's on an enclosed area. So having a single act or two-piece act, yes, I can say a reasonable volume out there, 70, 75 dB. But once again, with distance, that's being within like 3 meters, 9, 10 feet from the speakers. But double it, it drops down to you're in the 60s.
All right, thank you, Mr. Seaver.
You definitely have to keep in mind that the doubling of the distance, you lose 6 dB.
All right,
Does the
thank
board have any questions for Mr. Seaver?
Anyone on the board? I have a couple. I'll go last. Go ahead. Anyone?
Thank you, Mr. May I go? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. If Paul said he has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Seaver, for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to be clear, your questions, are you asking as board member or as
Board member.
advocate? Since you'll be operating in an advocacy role on this matter.
I have questions about his report, just simple. It's okay, I won't.
So I'm kind of looking to the chair to see how the chair would like to handle it, because I believe Ms. Witherspoon has indicated in her voting conflict form that she is more of a party advocate in this matter than, she will not be voting on the matter. But she will be speaking as a party advocate later from the podium.
I mean, is it appropriate for, for Brenda from the board to be asking questions since she is an advocate?
Maybe more appropriate if she would like to ask those questions from the podium after the board has asked those questions from the board, if you're okay with that.
Will that be part of my 3 minutes?
Really, with parties and in the 200-foot range, I believe we usually tend to be broad with questions of witnesses, so that would not, from my perspective, be part of her 3 minutes.
Okay,
And
that's
Chair?
fine, that's fine.
Okay. So no. May you? What I'm saying is my preference would be that if you're going to be an advocate in the proceeding, that you ask those questions from the podium. And the chair has indicated that you will not be bound to that 3 minutes in your questioning of the witness.
Okay, thank you.
You guys have any questions? All right, I have a couple. Mr. Sever, you mentioned in your report that the sentence says the bar had a solo act that plays guitar and sings as well as hosts trivia night at Life's Beach Sandbar. And that's right under where you say you were there June 3rd. I can't tell from the way that's written whether there was someone actually performing that night. Is the answer yes?
There was not.
There was not.
What I had mentioned earlier, with digital, you're allowed to record yourself. With the digital boards that are out nowadays, you're allowed to record yourself. So when you play it back, it's going to be at the same sound pressure level as it would be if you were performing live. And he had that equipment, so when he played it back, it would be like he was playing there.
Is it your understanding, I do, I appreciate that. Is it your understanding, I mean, if you know, is the intention that there will be acoustic guitars or acoustic guitar, or that it would also encompass electric? Because I heard you mention acoustic a couple times.
Right. I mean, typically, and I can't say that they're not going to hire somebody that plays an electric guitar.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you don't know, that's fine.
Typically, what plays on beats, what I heard is what they would have there typically, from what I was told, it wouldn't be an issue.
Okay. Was there any, at any time when you collected your information, was there any performance going on?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
If I could just interject, Mr. Smith, the videos I provided you, have the board seen those videos?
No.
Okay. All right.
Do you want the board to see the videos?
They can see, it's essentially exactly what Mr. Seaver's already testified to, so it's basically video evidence essentially to answer Mr. Spradley's questions, but they're already answered. Just if similar questions come up, I think it would be good to see them.
There were videos in that information he sent. I don't know if our
Software will play it.
well, I don't know if I even received them because I didn't see them. I printed out, they received all the documents that you sent.
Sure. All right. I was just wondering specifically in response to Mr. Spradley. It's not that big a deal. I was just making sure.
While she's looking.
And while you have Mr. Seaver, if you would like to offer him to any party opponents to the application, now would probably be a good time so he's not tied up all night waiting to just another thing we can do.
To have public comment?
Not public comment, but if there are any party opponents that would like to ask questions, cross-examine the witness, now would be a good time for that also.
All right. Matt, are you done? Can we do that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. So are there any members of the public who would like to ask any questions of Mr. Sever?
And it is questions of Mr. Seaver, not commentary about
Right.
it. It is questions of.
Right. Just come to the podium and state your name.
Does this count against my 3 minutes?
No.
Okay. Mr. Seaver, I looked at your...
Excuse me, if you give your name and address,
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry. Tom Wotherspoon, 1102 South Central. Mr. Seaver, I looked at your charts, and it looks to me, I looked in the top right-hand corner, everything was done with a dBA scale. I don't know if you're aware of our... Correct. I don't know if you're aware of our noise ordinance, but that's invalid. Let me quote from our noise ordinance.
Questions, not commentary, Chair.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so I would have...
A scale and C scale.
I'm aware of that. Should I have more questions? May I ask more questions?
I'm just questions, not commentary.
Yep.
You don't get to give commentary about the witness's answers.
Yes, sir. Mr. Seaver, I don't see two 15-second readings on each one of these audio charts. Per our city noise ordinance, that's required.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Sure. Per our city noise ordinance, any valid sound reading has to be taken over two 15-second time periods for accuracy, and I don't see that in your charts. Did you do that?
All those were average, so in other words, that peak was about the average of 15 seconds.
I don't believe that's the answers the question.
Also what you're looking at, there's two versions when we did dB reading. Well, actually there's three, but most common is A. Reason being is the frequencies are adjusted to the human hearing. If you do a rating at C, you're going to pick up frequencies that you can't hear.
Correct. Bass, specifically.
Well, nobody can hear 30 hertz. So what's the point of reading it?
What's that?
I said, there's not a human out there at our age that can hear 30 hertz. Which is
We're not talking about hertz. We're talking about the C reading, which filters out the bass or low frequency. In other words, that's the one that rattles everyone's dishes.
Actually, the A rating is the one that filters out the bass.
Correct. I was wrong. Right. But it's the C level that measures the bass. You're correct. Which you didn't take.
What the frequency is, you feel it, but you don't hear it. Okay? So what I mean by feeling it, I don't mean your clothes moving or your body vibrating. If you didn't have it there, you would know something was wrong. So in other words, if you're listening to a song and they didn't have frequencies in the 30 hertz and 20 hertz, you wouldn't like the song because it didn't sound right. But you couldn't tell me why. Because you can't hear it. That's just the way those low frequencies work. That is the reason why the most common reading, dB reading, is A level, because it rolls off that low end to fit towards the average human hearing. Now, I also did a C reading, but I didn't include it in the paperwork because there was no need.
Well, according to, because you were unaware of our city noise ordinance?
I'm sorry?
Because it is part of our city noise ordinance. Has to be, or it's invalid.
Well, I can tell you that the C rating goes, my read, RF8030 goes down to 30 dB, 31.5 dB hertz wise, no matter if you're using C or A. Now, my Radio Shack that I use the most does go down to 500 hertz, okay? That's typically what you would use for what we do. Now, whoever wrote your county rule that you have to use C rated, I mean, we don't hear those frequencies down there. So, and that's the reason why the A rated was created to fit the human hearing. So if you're saying that those low frequencies were rattling windows or stuff like that, then they would have to be pushing well over 100 dB in order for that to happen.
So what you're saying is you can't hear the bass that you might perhaps only feel when someone drives a car by with the bass going. You don't hear that.
No. You will see you're taking bass as all low frequencies, and that's not the case. Everything from about 500 hertz to about 100 hertz, you will hear for sure.
Okay. I have other questions.
When you start going below 100 hertz, depending on your age, you won't hear it.
Okay. Other questions can I ask? Mr. Seaver, you stated that the Lifesa Beach has put in a bathroom, large bathroom, that they had bushes out there that would muffle the sound, and that there was an existing fence there that would muffle the sound, that the stage has been moved there. Were you aware that all of those were already in existence when they repeatedly broke our noise ordinance as recorded by the police with their dB ratings?
Where did you get the ratings at for that?
You'll have to ask the police. The police took it on the adjacent property. I have the police incident reports, and it clearly states that they violated our noise ordinance.
Well, as far as I was told, at one point in time, the stage was facing south.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Depending on where that cop was when he did that reading, I don't know. Only thing I do know is the owner had said that he had had the stage moved, where that the bathroom is literally right behind it, and he soundproofed the inside of that stage.
Oh, that's another thing I wanted to ask you. You say in your report here that it was completely enclosed other than the front. Interesting, because Mr. Ruling had supplied a picture that shows that it's clearly not completely enclosed, and those sides only go about maybe 60% up the side. So that seems to be, am I misunderstanding that?
Maybe, because if you look at my picture of the stage, it's completely enclosed except for the front.
Yeah. Well, I've got one submitted by Mr. Ruling that is contrary to that, and I looked at it this morning.
Excuse me, you just stick with the questions.
Okay, sure. I'm actually finished.
Okay, thank you.
I think I've made my point, but thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Seaver?
Yes.
Derek Hodavance, 112 South 11th Street, also within the 200-foot perimeter. Just a quick question, Mr. Siebert. You said earlier 70 dB, roughly the sound of a dishwasher, correct?
Correct.
And you also said that the street noise in front of Lifesa Beach also registering in the 70 to 80 dB range. So in your professional opinion, if I'm sitting in my dining room and I can hear the singer singing, and I'm through my glass window in my living room, through the fence, through the back of the sound shell, what dB level do you suppose that person is singing at? And I would say 150, 180 feet away from Lifesa Beach.
Well, all right, so when I did a measurement, if I'm not mistaken, I don't have the pictures in front of me, but it was like 72 dB when I was 10 foot away from the speakers.
On a playback from a digital player, right? So arguably, maybe my experience was a louder sound, would you say? I'm just asking, what dB level do you suppose that sound was if I can hear it in my living room?
You're talking about at 150 feet away?
150 feet away, through the back of the man shell, through the fence, through my window.
Well, see, that's what I'm trying to say is out front of the speaker, that's where all the sound is projected.
Agreed.
On the backside of any speaker, there is sound insulation built into those speakers, so musicians could play and don't have to hear what's coming out of the front of those speakers, okay? The only sound system, the only frequencies that are omnidirectional are your low sub frequencies. Your higher, mid, and high frequencies are not omnidirectional, okay? So when I say that the speakers on the backside, they will not give out 70 dB. They're probably giving out about 60, I'd say about 40 dB less than what's coming out the front. So if I'm standing in front, if I'm standing in the back of that speaker at 10 feet and it's giving me 64 dB, every time I double that distance, so if I go back 20 or 40 or 80, it's dropping 6 dB. So like I said, he could be pushing, or she could be pushing 80 dB, but on the backside of that speaker going 150, 150 feet, there's no way it's 70, 65 dB.
So you're saying
Absolutely.
It has to be being played louder than 60 dB in order for that to happen?
In order for a homeowner to say that they're getting 80, 90, 100 dB readings from their...
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I can hear a singer. And a singer, you said, isn't going to be bass, right? That's going to be somewhere in the mid-range. I'm hearing that in my living room.
Your voice is range around, the clarity of the human voice is around 2,000 hertz.
Right. So not a low frequency, right?
The shorter the distance.
Right. So if I'm hearing that singer in my living room, what dB level do you suppose it's coming out of a speaker at Life's a Beach if I can hear it still?
That's a good question. I mean, how good is your hearing?
I can hear it, so it must be loud, right?
Well, I mean, that's perspective. I mean, I don't know. I understand what you're saying, but I do.
Thank you.
What I'm saying is, at that level, they can't be breaking over 65, 70 dB at that distance.
Anyone else from the public have a question for Mr. Seaver?
Don Deal, Lambert Avenue. I want to thank you for having this Zoom meeting. I enjoyed the tribute band the other day, by the way. I'm confused on a couple of things, Mr. Seaver. I've been a stereophile all my life and audiophile, and I've got a 31 band stereophile frequency test disc. I've got an Omni mic. I've got a drive rack that studios use, and audio engineers at concerts. And where I'm confused is, you mentioned in your commentary that if you're over 35, you really can't hear frequencies below 55 hertz. Whenever I use my stereophile test disc and my Omni mic or my drive rack and a calibrated mic, I can hear 30 hertz. I can hear the whole 31 band. Now, whenever I get down to 20 and 25, I can't hear it, but I can feel it. So I agree with you whenever you say the lower frequencies, the really sub-frequencies, you can feel them, but you can't necessarily hear them. But I'm no Superman, but at 71, I can still hear 50 hertz really good with my Omni mic.
God bless you, that's great. I'm not saying that there's everybody on the face of the planet cannot hear 50 hertz. I'm not saying that. I said the average human hearing cannot.
Okay.
I've been doing audio engineering for over 25 years, and I've taken very good care of my ears because that's my job. I can't hear 50 hertz.
I know most people, as we get older, it's the high frequencies that we lose, not the low frequencies. That's why I was kind of confused by this commentary. My hearing rolls off at about 8 kilohertz because I'm 71 years old. Mm-hmm. But as far as the bass frequencies go, I was confused by that comment. So I just wanted to get on the record that I can hear.
Yeah, that comment's an average. It's one thing that I learned in college is the older we get, you start losing your lower frequencies and your higher frequencies. As you said, yours rolled off about 8K, which is about right. 8,000 hertz. Right. Mine rolls off at about 16K, right, 15.9 roughly.
That's good.
But my low end rolls off at about 65.
Yep.
That's where I start losing.
Those were my only comments. I was just confused by that.
Yeah. The more we can lose that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Any more comments or questions? I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you again, Mr. Seaver. The question I have is...
Name for the record, please.
Brenda Wotherspoon, 1102 South Central Avenue. The first question I have is, this reading took place at 3 p.m. There was not a band. Was there a crowd with noise, clapping for this gentleman, hooting after their favorite song, or was this more a sterile environment?
There was no crowd. There was maybe 5 people. I understand where you're getting. Audiences are going to run around 70, 75 dB. That's going to be a given. But once again, so is that street that's 5 foot away.
And I just want to better understand some of the commentary. It says that it's almost impossible to stay within the ordinance levels. that sound travels further at night and on humid days. Is that what I took from here?
Yes. So I'm glad that you mentioned that. Sound does travel further at night. Here's the reason why. And the other gentleman that was up there talking, saying that he could hear voices in his house, how loud should the sound system be? Just because sound travels further does not mean that it keeps its same intensity. Okay? Once again, this is a fact. This is not a suggestion. Every doubling of the distance, you lose 6 dB. That is a 100% true fact. Okay? So no matter what, if they play at 150 dB, which they won't, every doubling of the distance, it lowers 60 dB. Now, from saying that, when you project sound out of a speaker, the only thing that's doing is messing with the atoms within the air. Okay? And those atoms, they grow and they contract. Okay? That's what is creating the waveform of sound. If in Florida, there's a lot of humidity, especially on the ocean. So humidity is nothing but water drops in the air. Those molecules can bounce off molecules of water in the air and make it travel further, but it does not mean it's louder.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
That's the reason why, if you live out in the country, which obviously you guys don't, you live on the beach side, but I live out in a rural area. Sometimes I can hear bands play, but I've never heard them before at night time. It's because sound travels a little further at night.
Let's talk about this fence. I just have a question where you said they're going to put this sound buffer fence. I know cool air goes low and hot air goes high. Does sound stay 6 feet and below, or does it dissipate into the air?
Sound will travel wherever you're pointing it at. Sound from certain frequencies you could target it. As in the lower frequencies, they're omnidirectional. They go everywhere. Unless whoever is playing has what they call a cardioid bass cabinet, which what that is, it allows him to direction that subwoofer, that bass. Odds are they're not going to happen. So, that being said, anything you put in front of sounds, I don't care what it is, anything, you're knocking the dB down. So you're doing the measurement of doubling the distance by -6 dB, and you constantly are putting items in front of the sound, it's going to knock that down. Now, will sound go over 6 foot? Yes. How loud will that be? Should be a lot lower than what it is, because once again, the higher frequencies are higher up in the system. The sub-frequencies stay at the bottom. For that reason, higher frequencies don't go as far as sub-frequencies.
Okay, let me see if I can understand. I'm a simple girl from West Virginia, and I did grow up in farmland. So I've been in my neighbor's bedroom on the second floor, and it was extremely loud. So tell me what noise is on the second floor versus on the first floor when you're talking about.
So this is a hard question to ask, because what do you consider loud? I don't know what loud is to you. To me, 70, 80 dB is not loud. My TV is 70 dB. And the average, I'm not going to say all, but the average person runs their TV at 70 dB.
Mm-hmm. And
like I said, 70 dB is your dishwasher. So are you saying that that's loud?
I'm saying that what I experience is not a dishwasher. So you know, to answer your question, my last question to you is, it's my understanding when I studied the dB levels that when you read at 65. When you're reading something at 65 and the next read is at 70, does that mean that's 5 points, or is it even greater when it exceeds 65? At what threshold does it start doubling?
So DB is a little different than numbers. Okay, so if you're looking at, so in the entertainment business, we use what they call mixing boards. That's what the instruments plug into, that's what the microphones plug into. And then there's a little fader on that mixing board. Up towards the top of the mixing board, there's the number 0. And then down below it is in the negative, and then above it is in the positive, okay? The letter level 0 is what we call unity gain, which is where the mixing board works the best. The reason why I'm telling you that is this is typically where bands put their levels, is at 0. Now, 1 dB above 0 is boosting by about 12 dB. Okay? So, if you raise dB by 6 dB on your mixing board, you've doubled the dB. You've doubled the volume. Okay? So, when you say that you're holding a dB reader there and is jumping all around from 65 to 70, that could be a peak. And here's the reason why I say that is what I offer to you in the picture is what they call an RTA, a real-time analyzer, and it's showing you the frequencies at what dB are peaking. Okay? So, as you can see in those charts, the left side is usually a little bit louder than the right side. Why? Because those are your lower frequencies. Those are the ones that go first. Okay? So that's the reason why I showed you the diagram of the RTA, a real-time analyzer. When your dB reader is sitting there jumping all over the place with numbers, when I got out of my car and I held up my dB reader literally right on the corner of the restaurants and bars lot, I was just getting street volume. But when you added wind, now keep in mind this all had wind pop filters on it too, but when you add the wind, it was peaking at 80. But you have to be able to filter that out. Okay? So I can't say that your dB was reading accurate. I don't know. I do know if you were using a cell phone without an external microphone, is 100% inaccurate.
I never mentioned that I was doing a reading. It's just that I had a lesson from Mr. Dill at one time, long before the Lifesa Beach, and it seemed that when the measurements are at 65, and then the difference between 65 and a reading of 80 is not really 15 because it starts to jump, and I think that's what you were just saying, by 12. Yes.
You were 100% right.
Right. So there's more than a 5 decibel difference between 65 and 70 because it starts jumping as it increases. That was my question to you. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Seaver?
I just have one more that I'd like to piggyback on that previous question. So in other words, if I were to have a police report that stated that the dB level read by the police decibel reader was 81 dB and our noise ordinance maximum is 75 dB, that 6 dB increase that's over our limit would be how much louder would the volume be? And also that 6 dB, wouldn't the intensity be about 4 times as much?
We're talking about this as a whole.
No, I'm talking specifics.
Well, there's difference between frequencies and sound, SPL, sound pressure.
I'm talking about dB as defined by our city noise ordinance.
So if you have a reading that was in the 80s,
81.
sustained at 15 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what they had playing there at the time.
Doesn't matter.
That would definitely be too loud.
Thank you.
However, depending on where you did that reading at.
It was done where the police chose to do it on the adjacent property. That's how all of our readings are done. Thank you.
A hotel right next door.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Mr. Seaver?
That's maybe 30 feet, 40 feet. You gotta remember, doubling the distance drops at negative 6 dB. That's a fact. There's no getting around that. So whatever distance it is, doubling will knock it down 6 dB.
Any other questions of Mr. Seaver?
Any redirect from the applicant?
I have nothing further, no.
Mr. Torino just told me he has a question, if you'd entertain it, Chair.
Yes, sir. It was mentioned, and the board member mentioned of a soundproofing fence. Where would this fence be situated? And the reason I'm asking because I heard a height of 6 to 8 feet. So depending upon where that fence is located on the property, it may be in violation of our code. So I just like your clarification on that.
I don't know if Mr. Seaver does that. I think that might be a better question posed to the applicant itself.
Yeah, I merely informed him and sent him an invoice and sent Mr. Smith an invoice.
You know, again, my question is, if the fence is it along the perimeter? Is it proposed to be along the perimeter of the property, or is it interior?
It's a 6-foot fence, from my understanding from the invoice, and it will be on the perimeter, but obviously we need to make sure it's permitted.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep. And you actually, if I can ask one follow-up question.
Sure.
Mr. Seaver, you mentioned, you were asked about the stage being enclosed. You've seen pictures and you've seen the actual stage being enclosed, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, have you actually seen the setup of the stage?
Yes, I have.
And is that stage enclosed?
It's completely enclosed. The only thing that's open is the front. That's facing A1A.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is it appropriate to roll right into public comment?
Does the applicant have any other witnesses?
We do not.
Did you want to add something to the staff report, Larry? Or did you have a question?
I just have a question based on some of the information that was provided with the application and the picture of the stage that I saw. It was not fully enclosed, meaning along the side panels, it appeared to be, I don't know, 2 to 3 feet open along the sides. And I'm sorry, I'm looking for this while I'm talking, and I apologize, but yes, thank you.
Yeah, I have it. Yeah.
Sorry, Drew. Thanks.
So what's the question? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
No, I mean, the comment was made from the sound engineer that the stage he saw was completely enclosed. I'm just making a comment what I'm looking at, and there's an opening around 3 sides. It looks like it's approximately 18 to 24 inches. Whether or not that has an impact, I don't know. I'm just making the comment.
The opening at the top portion? Sure. Mr. Seaver, the top portion of the stage looks like there's a few inches of space above the soundproofing material.
Okay.
What effect would that have, if any, on the sound emanating from that stage?
I mean, it's like going to Daytona and playing on the band shell. Will sound go around the edges towards the back? Yes. Will it be as loud as what's coming out the front? Nowhere near. The reason why you have stages like that is so you can try to angle your sound to a certain direction. So I understand, yep, exactly. So the little pieces at the top, that's not gonna make a bit of difference because their sound system doesn't stand that tall. Everything's gonna be pointed forward towards mean, believe you me, and I understand what everybody's talking about. If they had a stage there, just staged no walls, I wouldn't be here because I wouldn't have said anything. But with that being closed, what I have seen, this guy is going through everything he can possibly do to make sure that the sound level is relatively within the law.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. McGuire? Okay. All right, we'll open it up for public comment. Member, you have 3 minutes.
Now, the comments are addressed to the board, not necessarily to...
Correct. Comments are now addressed to the board. These are public comments. The witness is no longer on the hot seat.
So any comments, come forward, give your name and address. You have 3 minutes, and Penny has the timer, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Montgomery, and my husband and I live at 113 South 11th Street. This is the third time I've been in this chambers fighting for my right for the quiet enjoyment of my home. We paid nearly $9,000 in property taxes, more taxes than what the owners of Lifa Beach property pays. My hope is that this nightmare will end tonight and that you will protect my home, my neighbors, and the integrity of the hotel's spa that borders the applicant's businesses. I have owned this home for more than 20 years and have been coming to Flagler Beach for more than 50 years as my parents owned a home here. If you give Lifa Beach an outdoor entertainment permit, you will be greatly harming the surrounding hotels, spa businesses, and destroying my right to enjoy my home. You will also be negatively impacting restaurants and shops throughout Flagler Beach because visitors who cut their vacation short because of the loud music will not be spending their disposable income here. Those visitors won't return to our city and will speak negatively about our experience. In previous meetings, I've explained how the loud music for Lifa Beach affects my husband's health and how the constant bass from the music cuts right through our concrete block home and impacts my windows. Imagine how you would feel if you were in my shoes. I ask that you take the emotion out of your decision and think about us that have been here for years. Lifa Beach has leased a building that has had 5 different businesses in 6 years, and we as neighbors, residents, and businesses cannot be responsible for their success at our expense. Since we last met, I have phoned the police multiple times to complain about the noise level, especially in our bedroom window, which is located on the 2nd level. After one of those occasions, Mr. Ruling stood on the corner of A1A and took pictures of me on my deck talking to a police officer. Why? Why? What was the purpose? Do I need to worry about him threatening me or my home? I am aware of Mr. Ruling's historical court record, and I wonder if I too will become his next victim. Please keep the peace and don't grant them an outdoor entertainment permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Calvin Montgomery. I live at 113 South 11th Street. It's hurricane season, and almost all the furniture at Lifa Beach is outside with nowhere to go except flying through the neighborhood in a hurricane. The bandstand is on wheels, the bar is on wheels, the trailer porta potty is on wheels, and Foreside Foundation is so high winds can rip through it and out of the ground. All of those picnic tables and outdoor chairs, where are they going to go in a hurricane? The trash cans aren't corralled. The huge propane tank was just installed in the yard. That's not anchored down. Nothing over there is tied down, stable, or thought through. If you're looking at the property, it's a cluttered mess. With no place to store anything on the inside, I'd be curious to know what Mr. Rowling's plan is for a hurricane. I'd like to see a documented plan, not some off-the-cuff answer on how the lives of beach will be secured in a hurricane. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Amanda Benjamin. I'm with Golden Magnolia, formerly White Orchid Spa Bed and Breakfast. Our concerns with Life's a Beach is regarding the outdoor entertainment and its direct negative effect with our business. We've been around since the 90s. We've been a staple in the community, and we've had many complaints about the noise of the crowds, the sounds of the music. We have several people who unfortunately have also called the police after hours regarding that, and there's also police reports. We've had the incident of a guest that was patroning at the bar actually jump the fence and get in our pool. So we do have outdoor security, but these are things that we've never really had to deal with before. We understand that Flagler Beach is a growing community. We want to help build the community, but where we are on our end, our side of town is more quiet. You know, it is a bedroom community, and the resort is sitting on all corners of this bar. And so it doesn't just directly affect the people that are staying there, but we have a pergola out front where people are dining. So we have complaints regarding that. Then we also have different, excuse me, I had like several things I was running down. So we've had different complaints regarding people that were in the spa, you know, having treatments and the noise complaints that they've had. So we've tried to take everything into consideration, but allowing the outdoor entertainment is traumatizing for our business, and we're doing our best to keep afloat and continue growing in Flagler County, and we need your support to do that. So on that note, I'm asking that you do not allow them to have the outdoor entertainment.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Heather Hodevance, 112 South 11th Street. I've lived there for 7 years and have lived through 5 different owners on the corner. And I just want to say that the previous 4, we had to call the police one time. And the very next day, he came over, apologized, and gave me his cell phone number and said if there's ever a problem in the future, that I should text him and he would work it out immediately, because he agreed. He didn't want to disrupt the neighborhood. He didn't want to create a bad vibe in the neighborhood or anything like that. And I would say we live around businesses. The spa and hotel, as she said, have been there since 20 years. We care if trash blows in the neighbors' yards. Someone comes and picks it up. They care that people are parking on your private property. They don't want their clients to be doing that, so they'll remedy it. The businesses care about the neighbors. Now, this client, I've called the police, or my husband and I, we've called 3 times, and I went out once to speak to the officer. So 4 times in 3 or 4 months, we've had to be engaging with law enforcement. And it's not, we call the police when it's really unreasonable, not when it's like, oh, they're not waiting. I can be in my bathtub. My son was mowing, and I could hear singing over the lawnmower in the bathtub. It's loud in our house, all the windows closed. You can hear it, like my husband attested. And I just think it's strange that being a business owner and trying to get permitting, you would be on your best behavior as a business owner. To have them provide 22 pages of police documentation at a meeting to get a permit seems crazy to me, especially because it documents the levels which are out of compliance. So my fear is that if it's approved, it'll just be more of what we've already had a taste of or seen, which is disregard for the rules. If we could abide by the rule and have it be within the limit, which is no louder than road noise, nobody could hear it in the neighborhood and there would be no police calls. There would be no reason to object. But the fact that you can hear it in your house when it's enclosed is really concerning. And the fact that there's no concern for that being that way, and just a disregard for the fact that it's even happening. My other concerns are same as the hurricane. So strapping, the big yellow chair, all of that. We know what it's like when a hurricane comes. And if you have other things to take care of, sometimes your business comes last. And especially if you don't own it, you're leasing it. So, you know, I've been there when I've had to go over and help those people last minute, pick stuff up, pull the umbrellas out because they were leaving them. People that left that. Is my time up? Or?
Time's up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Derek Hodavance again, 112 South 11th Street. So I had a couple things. Last time we were here, Mr. Ruling stated that live music was necessary for his business to make it. And I just wanted to point out that when you look at the top 20 restaurants in Flagler Beach, according to TripAdvisor, only 3 in the top 20 have live music. Golden Lion, number 4, Breakaways at number 7, and Beachfront Grill at number 16. And Beachfront doesn't even really do outdoor music very often. On the contrary, the top restaurants that make up the rest of the list predominantly get there through great service, great food, and great views of the ocean. I think, you know, when you look at the number 1 restaurant, it's Beach Belly Bob's. Right? It's a 350 square foot restaurant with 4 bar stools and 4 picnic tables out front. They have a smaller kitchen than Life's a Beach. They have a smaller number of seats than Life's a Beach, and yet they're number 1 in our town.
For what? I'm sorry. Number 1?
Number 1 restaurant in Flagler Beach.
Based on what?
Based on TripAdvisor, people who put reviews in TripAdvisor, right? So it's my point here is it doesn't take music to be top of the heap, right? And small business like Beach Belly Bob can do fantastic work. The other thing I wanted to point out here, going back to, you know, just sound, we talked about 70 dB and being the sound of a dishwasher, the street noise, these kind of things. And when you get it in the 80s and above, we heard that it'd be difficult to you know, it'd be too loud. When you look at some of the reviews that are available on Google, for example, Deborah Fletcher wrote 2 months ago, this is a quote, "Music a little too loud, but the food was great." Another review, Trace in Palm Coast, wrote back in May, this is on flaglerrestaurants.com review, "A nice little beach bar with good outside seating and views. The service was friendly, but very on and off. The music was too loud." So just wanted to illustrate that this isn't just the residents here, it's other people who are leaving reviews. Now, they've cleverly taken their site off of TripAdvisor and Yelp, so you have to go to sites like Google that don't allow the business owners to delete the reviews. And that's all I had.
Thank you. Any other comments? Anyone else?
A short person. Gail Wadsworth, 1116 South Central. I'm a neighbor. We were last here in April, and sometime before the meeting in April, Eric Cooley, one of our commissioners, wrote a comment on Facebook about a totally different place, but he talked about neighbors, being good neighbors. The people I'm sitting with are great neighbors. We take care of each other. We care about each other. It is very difficult for me to be 1 block behind Life's a Beach and have stopped using my front porch, which was very important to me the first 5 years I lived in my house. I don't go out there anymore after dinner with a proverbial glass of wine because it's often, and most often, too loud. And then I find that even I go out on my back porch, I can still hear the words to the songs coming from Life's a Beach. It's not my pleasure. It's not what I want or any of us want in our neighborhood. As a matter of fact, it makes it a lousy neighborhood. It takes away the peaceful tranquility of living near the ocean and just simply hearing the waves roll and the wind blow through the trees and seeing an occasional squirrel. It's not comfortable anymore, and I do hope you will hear the neighborhood, because we've been there and we want to stay there and not let this permit exist so we can stay there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Tom Wotherspoon, 1102 South Central. I'm here to present more facts with documentation, if needed, why Life's a Beach should be denied the permit. The parking lot has 13 spaces, not the 20 they claim. 13 spaces for close to 100 seats. That is grossly inadequate and reason enough to vote no per 0.5 on the PAR board list of grounds to deny a permit. Life's a Beach claims to have 49 seats, half the real number. They falsified that information on their application to our city and to get a license from the Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation. Why? Because 100 seats requires more than 13 parking places. But this really comes down to the adverse effect of the noise, 0.7 on your list to deny a permit. When Life's a Beach was given temporary permits, when you'd think they'd be on their best behavior, they generated dozens of noise complaints, resulting in multiple police reports that show violations of our city noise ordinance. I have those reports right here, one stating that they, quote, consistently exceeded our noise limit, end quote. They were given a chance to mitigate that noise and failed. Life's a Beach submitted test decibel readings from Mr. Sever, but they weren't conducted according to the standards clearly outlined in our city's noise ordinance, proving those readings to be invalid. Look in the top right-hand corner of those audio charts. Those readings were done only with the A scale, which removes the thumping disruptive bass that the C scale measures. Mr. Sever said he didn't do it in the C scale. That's why our city noise ordinance states, quote, the sound shall be measured using the A and C scales, which is how our police do it. Plus, the city ordinance requires two 15-second readings at the same location for accuracy. We don't have that either. So disregard the audio charts. I've spent 20 years producing radio commercials in recording studios with professional musicians, and that report is misleading. The stage at Life's a Beach is about 20 feet from the Golden Magnolia property line. That's about the distance between me and you. Imagine that you just paid $400 a night for a relaxing getaway, and I'm standing here 20 feet away playing amplified music over a loud crowd. That doesn't work, which the police reports confirm. This comes down to being a good neighbor, respecting other people, respecting our police, obeying our city ordinances, none of which Life's a Beach has done. They have repeatedly, overwhelmingly, and undeniably failed to meet the requirements to obtain a permit. But I believe that you will respect our city ordinances and deny the permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Lisa Rubel, 1920 South Daytona Avenue. I'm the manager over at the Golden Magnolia. Just want to say that I've been a local since 1984. I remember going to the White Orchid when I was a kid with my friends and my family. And this particular place is a piece of heaven. It's quiet, it's serene. And I remember going to the mineral pool, going for lunch, getting a nice massage. That's what it's all about. And I just want to catch up on a few things that Amanda missed. I have to give earplugs to my guests sometimes, so they don't have to hear this music, because I have a room called the Coquina Room, and the Coquina Room is backed up to Life's a Beach, and they can hear it all night long till 10 o'clock, and they're paying, again, $350 a night. So giving them earplugs, it's just embarrassing. We've had guests that check out early because of the loud music there, because of the dirty bingo that's going on, because the karaoke. I heard they're going to have something like Battle of the Bands there. I can't even imagine. We also had the letter of attorney that Max, who is our owner, said something that the owner of Magnolia actually enjoys the music. That's misleading. Max actually tolerates the music when it's not loud, and that's very rare. So let's get that straight. We're also going to be starting a high-end restaurant right next door. So it's going to be a very quiet and relaxing atmosphere. That's another concern that we have. Also, the Golden Magnolia does contribute a significant amount of sale taxes, bed tax, and attracts lots of visitors who can afford to patronize restaurants and shops on the island. So why would anyone jeopardize that? And it's also important because social media, people can put really bad reviews about, our resort and just could bring it down. We have wonderful, we're a 4-star resort. Anything could change just with having bad reviews. So on that note, I just want to say the south side of Fladler Beach is more quiet, it's more residential than the north side, like a bar crawl. So you have to think about the location of where this bar is. And it's fair enough, and we all want to be thriving, and we all want to be profitable in our businesses, but to have amplified music till 10 o'clock with paying guests that are trying to get a good night's sleep that they paid for, we got a problem. It's unfortunate, but it's a problem. So our hotel philosophy of relaxation and recovery, if Life at Beach has loud, invasive music, entertainment blaring into my resort, our hotel guests are not going to have the experience that I once had in 1984.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, hearing nothing more. You want to make, okay. Thank you.
The reason why I provided the backup is because anything that I'm going to say is documented. So I'm going to read a little quickly, but here I go. Mr. Ruling City LBTR application and state DBR certificate reflects 49 seats. The sketch Mr. Ruling provided the city on January 5th reflects 49 seats. Attaches an overlay of his sketch that reflects the 98 seats as they truly appear. The applicant falsified the seating count. Photos are provided. The applicant's outdoor entertainment permit claims to have adequate parking, but Mr. Ruling failed to supply the required parking sketch and incorrectly claimed to have parking for 20 cars in March's par board meeting. In reality, there is room to squeeze 13 cars in the rear, plus one non-conforming ADA spot. Nestled in a single-family home, 4 blocks from the nearest public parking lot, 98 seats with 14 parking spaces fails to meet the adequate parking requirement in number 5. Another incompletion on the app was the event schedule. A photo of Life's a Beach sandwich board clearly shows the applicant's intention to hold amplified events every day. Top line of the sandwich board reads 7 days of outdoor entertainment. Amplified entertainment will totally destroy the quiet enjoyment of the resort spa and the single-family residences adjoining Life's a Beach. Denial should be made per 9, quote, information furnished in the application is not materially complete and accurate. And number 7, as it will, quote, have an adverse effect and would unreasonably infringe upon the property owners within 200 feet. I'd like to respond to Mr. Attorney McGuire's letter. Yes, the former owners of the White Orchid testified about the noise from the previous business, but Life's a Beach is a carbon copy of that business, so it's applicable. Plus, the Hodavances live within 200 feet, so they have every right to speak about the noise. Golden Magnolia sent a representative to the March PAR Board meeting and a manager to the April PAR Board meeting where Life's a Beach failed to appear. Businesses are reluctant to speak up for fear of social media retaliation, sharing where a Palm Coast woman threatened the resort via their Facebook page just after the March PAR Board meeting. What a self-serving threat to a couple who just invested $3.5 million to offer an upscale resort experience to visitors of Flagler Beach. Attorney McGuire must not have reviewed his police reports, which clearly show 5 complaints from the Montgomerys, 1 from the Golden Magnolia, 1 from the Hodavances, 2 from the Waterspoons, and 2 from Miss Wadsworth. Why is he trying to demonize me, my husband, and Mrs. Wadsworth? McGuire failed to share a March 7th police report registered a few days after the PAR Board gave Mr. Ruling a chance to be a better neighbor. He claims that it did not come, the complaint did not come from the Golden Magnolia, but what I'm providing you clearly indicates that their clients were complaining the Golden Magnolia phone, and the police officer recorded a sustained C-spectrum reading averaging 80.9, a clear violation. Lastly, McGuire's letter states that they need an outdoor entertainment permit to survive. An outdoor entertainment permit is not a given, and Life's a Beach does not meet the threshold for 5, 6, and 7 and should be denied. Please don't fall prey to the deceptions, omissions, and misinformation.
Anyone else for public comment?
Actually, yeah, I think. There you go. I guess some good questions were raised to Larry, which need to be answered before decisions made. I'm not here to advise you one way or another. I've heard a lot of very important comments. I've been there and done that. But one thing, if you do decide, and I'm not advocating that you do, but legally, if you run into a problem that you do have to approve this, my recommendation is if you do move in that direction, I think we have a code enforcement issue here. I would like to see this board, if it is recommended, to have a log kept and have someone in the city randomly check each and every business, because you can't choose this business, you can't single them out, but I'd like to see a log kept on a regular basis, each and every business that has outdoor entertainment, and have DB levels checked and recorded. And, you know, whenever we drafted this, or whenever we copied this ordinance from another municipality years ago, we purposely had the catch-all in there that there would be 2 measurements. One would be at the property line of the business, and one would be at the residential community. And the reason we did that is because residents back so close up to commercial property, and we anticipated this would be a problem at some point. So what I recommend, if you do get into a quandary to where you have to move this forward to the commission, let's move in the direction that maybe code enforcement randomly check, keep a log, each of the businesses in town. As long as they're meeting the DB ordinance, I don't think we're going to have a problem. But if they're not meeting the DB ordinance, we need to know about it, because we have a kicker in there, and once they have so many violations, they can lose their license to have outdoor entertainment. That really hasn't happened in the past. I think Johnny D's ran into a problem back in 2013 or 2012. But I do think that would go a long ways in trying to protect the integrity of the residential neighborhoods that back up to these commercial properties. So just keep that in your mind. If this does move forward, I certainly strongly recommend some sort of recommendation, and it needs to be random. And you can't be selective. It needs to be random, and we need to check everyone. And you may find that you have some issues. And this issue
may go away if we were randomly checking. So anyway, those are my thoughts. I wanted to just get them on the record. I've been thinking about this for a long time. And, you know, I think Larry's got some comments, I would hope, to answer some of these questions that have been raised regarding parking.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, so we'll close public comment. Larry?
At some point, applicant should be given an opportunity for rebuttal. If you'd like to do that after, Mr., do you have any comments or any questions that were raised you'd like to answer? Okay, then applicant should be given an opportunity for rebuttal if he has any.
All right, Mr. McGuire.
First of all, with Mr. Deal's suggestion, I would definitely agree with that. I think it's a good suggestion going forward, not only for this business, but for all businesses in the city. There have been a number of comments here about my client's refusal to abide by city code or abide by the law, their essentially uncaring attitude towards neighbors. I would dispute that. I think the fact that we presented Mr. Seaver's testimony here today, the various mitigation efforts, the fact that we've now purchased a $2,800 soundproof privacy fence to put behind the business shows my clients do care about the property, do care about the surrounding neighborhood. They are not attempting to disturb or disrupt people's lives in the neighborhood. That's not the goal here. The goal is to operate a successful and profitable business, but not to tick off the neighborhood while they're doing it. So once again, they've made multiple steps towards mitigation. And then we can get into the various arguments here. With regard to the first hearing, the first hearing was based solely on decibel readings. Ms. Witherspoon presented a packet with numerous property values and then readings from some sort of decibel reading. We've had no testimony presented both during that hearing or during this hearing about what was used to test decibel readings, when it was used, nothing. But today the questions have been from Mr. Seaver regarding the C readings. He's explained the way he took his readings. He's validated what readings he took. There's really nothing on the other side to prove that that threshold issue has not been met by my client. So, and Mr. Smith pointed this out at the last hearing, that is merely a threshold issue, the decibel reading. So we've presented testimony and evidence today to show that my clients are under and will maintain that number going forward. They will stay under the allowed decibel reading as they move forward. And that kind of bleeds into Mr. Deal's suggestion to randomly check that and make sure that that's consistent and applicable going forward. But once again, they presented testimony and we presented testimony from an expert today to state that they have and they continue to comply with the city ordinance. They do not want to continue to have issues with the neighbors, and they'll continue to stay under that city ordinance level. There was testimony or a public statement about the police reports presented. Why, as their attorney, as Life's Beach attorney, would I present police reports, incident reports? First of all, they're public record. So as the board seen, you can pull them up at any time, and you did, and you produced them before the hearing. So regardless, they're out there. Really, they show, once again, nothing to corroborate any readings that are over the correct decibel level. And you've had Mr. Witherspoon testify multiple times as to hearsay from another officer, March 5th, 2022, where this officer supposedly took readings that were above the allowed level. That officer is not here today. He's merely stated what that officer stated. I've seen that. So I've seen all this hearsay, and I've seen the report stating that another person took a decibel reading that was supposedly over a limit. That same report, that's the only one of all the documentation I was just provided and I've already produced that states anything about a decibel reading being above a specific level. That particular report, and this goes to the Golden Magnolia comments, it states in here, the owner of Golden Magnolia said he did not contact police. And it states right at the bottom, he says he was really concerned for the noise level from a few days ago, but did not call. And about the issue for potential for noise in the future, he also stated the music level, while we're present, is good and does not bother him. He said he will talk with the owner of bar to work something out. So we've had at the last hearing another person, a manager from Golden Magnolia. At this hearing, a different manager. Yet the owner of Golden Magnolia has not, as far as I'm aware, complained. He has not shown up to voice any complaints. This is all we have from him, and in this, he doesn't have an issue with it. So the original issue at the first meeting was sound levels. Now we've bled into, and one person spoke about this not being an emotional issue. It's clearly an emotional issue, and I understand that, being a neighbor to this property and to this bar. But now we're talking about chairs blowing away, obviously the parking issue. Before, there was an issue with the bathroom. That isn't coming up because my client has fixed that. I know Mr. Pizzulli was focusing on that at the last hearing. So it shows my client has and is responsive to the complaints and to the concerns of the neighbors. So they've fixed the bathroom issue. I've sent pictures on that. That's been cleaned up, essentially covered. Everything looks pretty good now there. The noise issues, as Mr. Seaver has testified to, those have been resolved for the most part, and we can do random tests going forward. All the other issues, really, it shows that my client has complied with city code. And once again, I know the decibel readings are threshold arguments, but beyond that, they're not causing disruption to the community. That's not their goal. That's not their intent. You also have if you look at the timeline here, they haven't been issued temporary permits for outdoor entertainment. So really, from, I believe it's early May, they have not had entertainment outdoors. So they've made the changes since that time. So in the last month and a half, they've made significant changes to reduce and eliminate noise. Going forward, they're still going to make additional efforts. I've already documented that. We've complied. Once again, we've been willing to comply, willing to mitigate, and going forward, we're willing to do whatever else. If ultimately it needs to be closing the additional 6 inches on top of the stage, they can do that. This will be an additional fence there, and just getting for the third time back to Mr. Deal's proposal about random checks to make sure we have compliance going forward. I think that's not a bad idea. So we'd request, once again, as in my letter, I stated that Life's a Beach, and I know one person commented about the fact that certain bars or certain restaurants do good without outdoor entertainment. This particular place, Life's a Beach, does need outdoor entertainment. So each place is different. Each place requires different things. They require outdoor entertainment to succeed and move forward.
Chair. I'm sorry, were you done?
I'm done.
I just wanted to make one statement to clarify one statement from Attorney McGuire, because I did prepare for you today and provided him a copy, a chart that I made from all the complaints that I received from the police department since January 1. And there were 2 documented readings by police officers where they were over the limit. That was on March 15th, Officer Jones. That was the incident where you referred to the Golden Magnolia owner was present there. And then again on April 8th, Officer Guerrero took readings, and they were over, and they took those readings in the tourist commercial zoning location, which the levels are about 5 points higher allowed in that area than they are in residential. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
It's the March 5th, right?
March 15th.
March 15th and April 8th. It was on the copy that I gave you tonight, there's the chart on the front, and then the reports are attached.
Because the readings I see from Officer Jones is, I believe, March 5th on here, but.
I may have a typo. It is March 5th. I apologize about that.
And the other date is April 8th?
April 8th.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. McGuire?
No, I was reading that from Officer Guerrero from April 8th, 22.
Right, and I actually, I might have just had fat fingers. It's April 9th. I'm sorry.
I see that one. Mhm. Yeah, and that's where Officer Guerrero references no written warnings have been issued, and references Officer Jones.
Right. None of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 reports that were generated from complaints coming in to dispatch or the police department, none of those received citations. I don't even see where a written warning was issued. And on some of those calls, where some people have testified that they multiple times have called, and you say, well, there's only 10 reports. If you look at some of these reports, not all of them, there's narratives on from the CAD program where multiple callers are coming in, but the police are already at scene, so they're not sending another unit. It's the same complaint.
Yeah, and I saw that.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. All right. Mr. Trino, now do you have anything?
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a couple of comments, just clarification from the city clerk. Penny, did you read into the record this email you received from a Sharon Back?
It was not read into the record, but it was provided to the board members.
Okay.
The applicant's attorney.
Okay, thank you. The only other comment I wanted to allude to was parking. That always seems to enter into the equation. What I want to point out is, again, I'm neither supporting or defending this situation, but I just want to speak to parking, and City Attorney, correct me if I'm misstating anything. But in the city of Flagler Beach, an outdoor entertainment permit is an annual permit, renewed each year by the respective business owners. In the course of doing so, keep in mind that there are other restaurants in this community that do not meet the parking requirements, in some cases far from that. So I think you need to take into consideration that argument. It's one that I'm aware of, but when you look at one single business, aside from what the permit is intended to provide to that business owner, and to take a development standard that is not being met and use that as leverage for denial, I think can possibly lead to legal issues.
I'm sorry, can I respond to that? Larry, I'm not counteracting, but weren't some of those overlooked because those businesses were already in the downtown overlay, which parking for them is exempted just for operating their business, nothing to do with an outdoor entertainment permit?
No, that's not true from a zoning perspective. No? No.
Okay.
Only reason why I leaned forward to the microphone is to correct one thing you said, Larry. It wasn't really wrong. It was just a little bit narrow. Not every business who seeks, or not every property owner who seeks an outdoor entertainment permit is going to be seeking an outdoor entertainment permit for regular, daily, or recurring outdoor entertainment. Your ordinance is written to contemplate both the regular outdoor entertainment, but also the one-off. The property owner who wants to have a festival or an event, or the farmer's market that wants to bring a band in. And from the board's perspective and where that weighs in on the parking, I think you have to look at the parking requirement in that. You might look at it differently for the restaurant that's filling seats, differently than you would for the band that's playing a standing room only crowd. And so that kind of comes into the equation, but not really speaking about what either Larry or Penny spoke about, but just clarifying that the ordinance itself is for the regular outdoor activity, but it can also be used for the one-off or the 2 times a year. It's not necessarily a regular activity, and the board's analysis would change between those 2 types of activities.
Okay, just one other comment. I did notice in the permit application, it asks for timeframes for the outdoor entertainment, and I didn't see any hours or any days signified on the application itself.
That's if they're seeking, that's not for an annual permit, that's if they're seeking maybe the up to 12 times per year or just a one-time. But generally for the annual permits, it could be 24/7. Not that anyone does that, but it could be.
Any limitations on time have to be supported by substantial evidence.
Anything further, Mr. Torino?
No, sir.
All right. We'll bring it back to the board, and before I have some comments, I'll wait till the end, but I just wanted to respond to a couple of things that were said, just for clarification. I think Ms. Montgomery asked that we act tonight to end this tonight, and just a reminder, we're an advisor, we're a recommending board. You know, whatever we do here, it will be making a recommendation to the City Commission. You know, we're not in a position of issuing or denying anything here, but we're making recommendations. My other comment is to Mr. Montgomery and others talking about the flying furniture and things like that. And I think Mr. McGuire also mentioned it, that what's here before us tonight is simply for this event, you know, that is being applied for. And if that's an issue with furnishing and or furniture and other things, then that's appropriate at another time, but not here. So with that, I'll open up comment. We'll start over here.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of things. What I don't understand is the readings were done when there wasn't really a band playing, and there wasn't any crowd there, and it wasn't a nighttime, it wasn't a live actual. So now we're gathering data from a situation that really doesn't apply. So that in itself is very concerning to me. The picture that they provided to me doesn't look like there's soundproofing on that stage whatsoever. So I don't know where that comes from. This picture really doesn't show much other than, you know, it's, and the fact that the speakers pretty much sit out in front of it. Maybe someone can answer this, is why is this a problem with this owner? Has it not been a problem before?
No, they said it hadn't.
Every other owner's been responsible and playing within the, I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, it seems odd to me that we've had 5 owners in 6 years, everyone says, and now all of a sudden this guy's the bad apple. And there was one other?
One directly previously that went to jail, yes.
That's right.
But that wasn't for the noise ordinance.
That's true. One for the noise ordinance, but so, you know, that's just my concerns with it right now. Is I just think there's a whole lot more to know about this before I would say that it's a good idea.
All right, thanks, Scott.
Okay.
And my comment is number 7, the event would adversely affect the neighbors. I think we've heard that tonight. I was concerned when Don said that we may be forced to recommend approval. Is that true?
That's not what he said.
You have to weigh the evidence, and if you were to weigh the evidence and find that 1 through 14 are met, if you check all those boxes, your vote is to approve.
Okay.
But I think that's what Mr. Deal was referencing, was on these quasi-judicial hearings, it is an application of code. So if the standards are met, it is no longer discretionary. But you weigh the evidence to determine whether or not those criteria for approval are met.
Thank you.
Andrew, if I could add, we're adding the evidence is based on this scenario of a sound or of the permit for the music outside. Nothing to do with parking, nothing to do with how they take care of the place, nothing to do with how
parking is included in those 14, so it is something that you can consider.
Right.
But 1 through 14 is what you're considering with relationship to an outdoor entertainment permit.
Okay. Thank you.
And then there's the issue of fixed seating. That's a whole different topic, right, Larry?
That's correct.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
All right. Paul?
I'm going to echo what Scott said. It's Friday at 3, and my building is probably the slowest period of the entire week. You're just not going to get, I don't think, what the neighbors are looking for. I was hoping to hear maybe some people would bring up the word compromise, but I didn't hear no compromises were made. The police were called 12 times since the March meeting. They skipped the meeting in May, but then on social media were promoting a reggae fest on Memorial Day weekend. You know, I've sat where they've sat. I get it. It's a tough situation to make everyone happy, but I don't think that he reached out to anybody individually to try and compromise. So that's just me.
No.
I told her if she's going to be an advocate to not speak as a board member.
Okay, very well. All right. Here are my comments. Thought Matt did a good presentation, but I have concerns. I'm concerned about what has already been suggested about the readings are being taken at a time that is not what we are here talking about tonight, which is night entertainment. And I'm also concerned about the fact that it was admitted that when the readings were taken, there were, I think it was, quote, maybe 5 people there, which is a far different scenario than when there's live entertainment happening at night. So while I have no doubt that Mr. Seaver's qualifications are excellent and that he's given us a good education in what he does, my concern is that what he did didn't occur when the time frame that we're looking at, when there's evening live entertainment with a bunch of people there. I have a concern about that. And also the parking. I know the application asks for a, you know, in the box which says, is there adequate parking? And it requires there to be a sketch attached and comments if necessary, and there was neither of those. And I didn't really hear any evidence or documentation or anything to oppose what was stated about the number of parking spots that are there. Those allegations were just made. And then finally, I have a concern about granting or recommending that this application be granted just because of the what I find to be compelling testimony of the neighbors. You know, everyone had a little bit different story, but it all lined up with what's happening and what they hear. And to me, what they hear is a lot more important than what the dB levels are at a different time of day than when they hear it at night. So those are my concerns. Any other comments from the board? No? So do we have a motion?
Before you make a motion, just to give the guidelines on the motion, and again, remember, if it is a motion to approve, you are finding that those criteria are all met. And if it is a motion to deny, both for the benefit of the record and for the benefit of the commission, that will, the more they understand about why you're making the recommendation you are, the better it helps them in their decision making. If you will look at that list of 1 through 14 and include in the motion any of those you feel have not been met by, have not been shown by competent substantial evidence tonight.
Thank you. All right, so we'll start with, is anyone inclined to make a motion either way, understanding the guidelines that the city attorney has just mentioned? And if so, make your motion, and depending upon what you're going to request, whether it be approved or that we ask that it not be recommended, then give your reasons why in your motion, specifically speaking to the 1 through 14 factors that are listed.
And from my perspective, it is okay to name those by number. You do not have to read them out fully in the motion. And for the clerk's benefit too, if you just reference the number, that gives everybody the information.
Give us a minute to look through the list.
And while you're looking, I know that because I highlighted it the last time we met, but the ones that seem to come into play, to me at least, are numbers 2, 5, and 7.
Okay, I regarding application OE-22-03-01, I believe we should not approve this request because the activity would unreasonably inconvenience the general public, including the hotel and all the neighbors. The activity is proposed for a site that does not have adequate parking to accommodate the activity. And the event would have you told me I could just use numbers, didn't you? Sorry.
You can do this.
The event would have an adverse effect and would unreasonably infringe upon the rights of property owners within 200 feet of the property line of the subject property.
So is that a motion to recommend denial based on those reasons?
Yes, it is.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Okay. Penny, is there a roll call?
Sure. Mr. Chappius?
That's you?
Yes. No, I agree.
So, Ms. Soman?
Yes.
Skipping you, Brenda, sorry. Mr. Chestnut?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Spradley?
Yes to the motion.
Okay.
So that is a recommendation for denial, just to be clear.
Correct.
Sometimes I know you knew, for the benefit of the public, yeses on that one, yes to denial, or recommendation of denial.
And what that means is that it goes before the city commission, noting that this board has recommended denial.
What's the commission date, Penny? When's it going to commission?
July 14th.
Okay, moving on.
All right, thank you everyone for that. Moving on the agenda, next item, new business. Application OE 220705, application request to approve an annual outdoor entertainment permit for Uncorked Wine Bar.
Can I dismiss? Have a good evening, sir.
That was the worst. 3 o'clock in the afternoon when nobody's there. Yeah, okay. How did you spend all that money to do that?
All right. Oh, I forgot about him. All right. Should I call it again?
No.
Okay. So, yes, that would be a yes.
Sorry. This application was received from Uncorked. They are seeking an annual outdoor entertainment permit. They provided their sketch of where they would have the entertainment when outside. And this would be in the sidewalk area in front of the business. I do not believe they would take up parking spaces when they had outdoor entertainment. If they were to take up parking spaces, we would require them to fill out a separate special event application for that because they were taking away required parking. We do the same thing with the brewery across the street when they do those type of events.
Okay.
So staff really doesn't make a recommendation on these anymore.
Okay. So
We
can
do provide you with their applications and any information we've been provided and the 14 requirements for you to consider for approval or denial.
All right.
The notice of tonight's meeting and the July 14th meeting were sent to tenants and owners within 200 square foot of the property. We didn't receive any communication back from any of those tenants or owners.
Okay, so we're ready for the applicant?
Yes.
All right, anyone here on behalf of the applicant? Yes, sir.
Keith?
Keith Leopard on 2644 South Ocean Shore. So my wife and I opened Uncorked Wine Bar the end of December. We got our sea legs under us, and starting in June, we had some music inside on only Friday, Saturday nights, a single person, 2 guys that do acoustic, 1 guy that does electric, but he's like way down, because if you've been in the wine bar, it's not that big, so we have to really make sure it's quiet enough. But we thought once it starts cooling down, we have 3 wine barrels outside that hold a couple chairs each, so you've got 6. When we've had First Friday, you'll get 10, 11 people out there. We thought it'd be nice to open the door, have someone just kind of in the corner playing the acoustic guitar. So they are using amplifiers, but again, everything's really down, because in a wine bar, it's not about sitting there and enjoying the music. It's listening to the music. It's background music. The worst it would get would be maybe acoustic Metallica, but nothing too much heavier than that. So we just had to be kind of cool, and that way people can hang outside, have a glass of wine, and still people inside could hear it. Won't be taking up any parking spaces. If we're allowed this, we've also working with the local contractor, and we've got the permit in with the city, is to just kind of build a little side wall there where those the few apartments are. That would be a little bit of a soundproofing there as well, and people can just hang there and have their wine.
Very good. Anything else from the applicant?
That's really it.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
I feel compelled.
Good.
I feel compelled to ask a question.
Sure.
How would you describe the music that you're going to have?
So it's interesting, because we have 3 different guys. They're all going to be, if you'd call it soft rock. One guy does a lot of instrumentals. One guy, his name is Ben. He would tend to be what we kind of call he plays to the crowd. So he talks to the crowd. We have people that come in actually because they've heard of him, they've seen him around town. The gentleman on Friday night, because it seems Friday night we had a little different crowd, he does a lot more instrumentals, a lot more like Southern California rock, the 70s, 80s, things like that. And then the electric guy does a lot of just like his own compositions, and then again, toned down kind of versions of hit songs. So 70s, 80s.
Freebird?
He won't play Freebird. I've got one that won't play any Jackson Browne, but I'm working on that. So if anybody's been in there, we want to make sure it's background, because no one wants to be trying to enjoy a glass of wine and having to yell at their fellow person.
And it's 5 to 9 Friday and Saturday?
So we move, it's 6 to 9 on Friday, 5 to 9 on Saturday. However, we might move that to 6, because I don't want to pay someone to sing to me for an hour. So it'd probably be 6 to 9, but it does cut off at 9. We normally we close at 9-ish. If there's still people enjoying wine, we let them stay inside, but we usually just will close the door. We don't lock it, we close the door, but the music is always over at 9.
And I don't know if I asked Drew or Larry this. I mean, if this is granted, can they change that at any time? Can they go 7 days a week, 12 hours a day if they choose to change?
If their application is for a specified time, you can approve that application based on the time they have requested.
Okay.
And they would have to come in and amend that permit.
If they want to make that
change it, they would have to amend their permit.
They can shrink it without much argument, but if they want to...
Oh, yeah. If they say 5 to 9 and they want to go 6 to 9, that's up to them. They don't have to amend their permit. But if they say 5 to 9, 2 days a week, and they want to go 5 to 9, 7 days a week, they would have to come in and amend that application.
Thank you.
So then if like, let's say around Christmas, I can't remember how the calendar falls, but let's say it's a Thursday and it's the night before or whatever. If I wanted to have it from 5 to 9, do I just need to come back and say, can I have it temporary or something, or what?
I would probably, but to avoid the paperwork for everybody, I would amend the application now, just here at the hearing, just to tell the board that you would like to include the night before Friday, Saturday nights, as well as night before.
Yeah, no, it's not
holidays.
We just pull it inside. It's not a big
Wouldn't it make more sense just to say you can't go past 9 o'clock? I mean, if there's a holiday and they want to have music from 6 to 9.
If you're okay 7 days a week, you can ignore that they've said 2 days a week, and you can give them a permit for 7 days a week. That's up to the board. But because their application is for 2 days a week, you are not required to extend that. But you are welcome to as the board.
And Penny, when you send it out to the people within 200 feet, do you send it out saying this establishment's asking for Friday, Saturday, 6 to 9?
The letter is included. No, it's just general. It states
Okay.
that the business is.
Oh, no, that's huge, and nobody complains. So I like that part as well. But what I don't want is, you know, they didn't say anything because they thought it was 2 days a week for 4 hours. So
Well, and you know, and
change
it's
that.
clearly, you know, 52 weeks a year, but right now it's blistering hot, so nobody's out there anyway. It probably wouldn't happen until October-ish.
Well, the business has had one special event with music out there that was approved. They did it through the special event process. I don't know of any complaints that were received for that. And the type of music I heard wasn't. It was fun. Yeah. Not offensive.
Well, it seems that if that special event process continues to be available, then approving an application for 7 days that's only seeking 2 days doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, we're having a little moratorium with the special event process for outdoor entertainment right now. So I don't know where the commission's direction may go with that. So I am not going to agree or disagree with you at the moment.
Understood.
And, yeah, I just do whatever you guys want because most of the time it's going to be inside anyway. We just wanted to be able to offer it if we could.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else of the board for the applicant?
I was just thinking about saving us time and saving them time and energy by saying, if you only go to 9 o'clock, you can do it any night, rather than have him come back and say, well, Christmas this year is on a Tuesday and we want to have music, or Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve, or, I mean, I don't think we've ever since I've been on the board, I don't believe we've limited days of the week. We have limited times.
Maybe not, Stephen, but when an applicant comes in with a request for specific days and times, that's usually what the application is judged on.
Yeah, and I think Scott made a good point that to the extent these are public applications, it says Friday through Saturday, and I'm not sure it would be a good precedent to give them more than they're asking for.
I disagree. I think these meetings, I mean, that last meeting, they talked about, you know, things blowing away.
One older gentleman.
Right, but I think in the instance of let's make this easy for everybody. I mean, why have him come back if there are other days? That would be every time he needs to make a change, and who knows, maybe they'll never make a change.
If I could just make a couple of comments. This is in the GC General Commercial District, and there's several applications all around you. And I think that, I mean, your occupancy is not great, correct? What is your occupancy?
I think it's 25.
Yeah, it's not 98.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, and you have parking.
You know, first Friday, okay, that's different, because but normally during the week, because we have 5 4-tops, a 6-top in the bar, and then the barrels outside.
And respectfully, I do understand what she's saying, that it may have not have been the best idea to put the Friday and Saturday on. Yes.
And look, again, it's not, because most of the time it's not going to be a big deal, but I just want to make sure I'm doing it correctly so that I don't get the complaints. But, you know, when we have our year anniversary, I don't know what December 28th is going to be this year, but I'd want to, if it's not raining or anything, I'd want to do something. So I don't want to waste everybody's time refiling these, but right now, business is really just Friday, Saturday. There's no other reason to have music any other day. So I can live with Friday, Saturday.
Anything else from the applicant or for the applicant? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll open it up for public comment.
I missed the first part of the application speech, but years ago we had someone that also in that.
Don, just the record.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Don Deal. Not used to being up down this way, Don Deal, Lambert Avenue. Anyway, if they're asking for Friday, Saturday, they, approve Friday, Saturday. I don't see a problem. Years ago, we had someone there, I don't know if it was the Vessel that had outdoor entertainment there or another business that came and went. And it wasn't a problem at all. I don't know, it's probably been 15 years ago or so, whenever they first built that big building over there. So anyway, I don't have a problem with the approval at all. But I do like the idea of Scott, if they're asking for Friday and Saturday, approve Friday and Saturday. It's not that big a deal to come back if they want to do something special. Anyway, I don't see a problem with it. Thank you.
I have one more question. Is there an additional charge if they have to come back?
There were already, no, because the fee is an annual fee, and if they were in the process already paying it, they would just be amending that.
Okay.
So.
Any other public comment? All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Any additional comment from the board? All right. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the outdoor permit for Uncourt.
Pursuant to what's included in their application, is that along the lines included in their application Friday and for the Friday and Saturday times? Is that the motion? Doesn't have to be. That's why I'm asking for the clarification. What your motion is.
Well, I would like to, we'll just stick with the Friday and Saturday as the application is pursued.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Ms. Summon?
Yes.
Ms. Weatherspoon?
Yes.
Mr. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Chavez?
Yes.
Chair Spradley? Vice Chair Spradley?
Yes to the motion.
Acting chair.
All right, motion carries. That'll be our recommendation. And when will that be heard?
That will also be at the July 14th commission meeting.
Okay. All right, next. Application SPEX 220601, an application request to develop a single-family residence in the tourist commercial zoning district. Larry Torino.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. You'll notice the application number, it actually refers to a June date, but since we didn't have a quorum last month, we just kept the same application to keep the process moving forward without many wrinkles. But this is our standard special exception request to construct a single-family home in the tourist commercial district. Requires a recommendation from the planning board to the city commission. I've looked through the documents. All is compliant from a zoning perspective, with the exception of one component of a floor plan that I did look at. And I might add the representative for the property owner is present this evening, actually the architect for the structure, and I did convey this and communicate to him a concern that I had, and he is more than happy to address it. And what that is, the floor plan shows an indoor-outdoor kitchen on the first floor, and it includes a range. On the main floor in the kitchen as well, it shows a range. That does not meet the definition of a single-family residence by having what we consider two kitchens, and the full kitchen is considered the presence of a range. So the applicant is more than willing to adjust that, and he is present if there's any questions. You have floor plans, you have the elevations. The address is 1518 South Ocean Shore Boulevard.
And Mr. Trino, just so the board is clear, you bringing up the dual range shown on the plans really doesn't go to the use that they're considering today. It was more of an background information for them to know that has been an issue, because really that would come up at building permits, I think, is where that issue really is usually resolved. Am I correct?
From my perspective, no, because the request is to seek a special exception for a single-family residence.
Yes.
By having two ranges, it does not qualify as a single-family residence.
Understood, but what I'm trying to get to is you giving them that background information, you were not telling them there's anything wrong with the application because the applicant has worked with you on that to resolve that situation.
That's correct.
And that goes to my question. You list the 6 standards for an exception, and for all of them, it's listed as compliant, except for number 4 having to do with landscaping, which doesn't apply.
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything, is that it, Mr. Trino?
No, sir, that's it.
Okay, thank
Unless you have any questions.
All right, any questions for Mr. Trino? All right, anything else from the applicant?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Joel Reitzer. I live at 41 Christopher Court in Palm Coast, Florida, and I do represent the applicant. And addressing Mr. Torino's item, we did discuss that before the meeting, and in the space that the downstairs range is shown, that was previously an indoor-outdoor area, which there were no exterior walls at the time, but since then, the applicant has decided to go ahead and put exterior walls in, a movable glass door that will be separating the entertainment area from the pool area, and then on the opposite area, adjacent to the property line, is a solid wall with windows. So that would define that area as an indoor space. And so then we would agree with removing the range from that area and just simply provide a grill out in the pool deck area outdoors as an option for the applicant to have an outdoor grilling area should they desire to have that. But that is not shown in the plan now, and we would not include it in the building permit. That would be up to the occupant to decide whether they wanted to have an outdoor grill in the future or not.
Very well, thank you. Are any questions from the board?
I'm sorry, I have one question, one comment. Is this yours? You're the architect of this?
Oh, I'm just the architect. I represent the owners.
Did you draw this?
Did I do the
This
plan?
house?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, it's a beautiful home. I just have one question because I live on South Central in a 1-story, and a 2-story was built beside me, and I'm like a parrot. I make the same question every time someone comes before with a multi-story home. If I'm looking at the east elevation, you have an interesting element where the roof goes top to bottom. And if I'm looking at this correctly, the flow of the water will go toward the neighbor. And is that correct?
Yes, the water from the roof will be directed to one edge of the property where we'll be able to handle that in gutters and downspouts and then underground and surface drainage to be able to take the water away from the home.
Okay. From someone who had a bad experience, I appreciate your answer. I didn't see gutters on here. So you're going to do something like a French drain or something that would capture the water and not infiltrate into the neighborhood.
Yes, this is a design drawing and it's not construction drawings. We're not at that point yet, but we are going to recommend gutters and downspouts and underground drainage to take the water away so that we won't sheet flow drainage onto the neighbor. By the way, on that particular property line where the drainage would go, the grade of the neighbor's home is higher than the subject property. So if we even drained it that direction on the surface, we would be ponding water, and we don't want to do that.
Right. I thank you.
And I think Mr. Trino can speak to the fact that as part of permitting that also be required to the retention of stormwater on site, not letting it spill over on the neighbor's property.
Thank you. Correct.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, Larry.
One last comment. Former chairman has made this, has delved into my mind that we notify the applicant that they are aware they can possibly have a commercial or a non-residential use adjacent to their property should there be any vacant lot, or should a change of use occur because there is non-residential uses allowed in the tourist commercial district. Get that on the record. Thank you.
All right, open for public comment. Is there any? Yes, sir.
My name's Mike Carver. I live at 1504 South Ocean Shore Boulevard. I just have a question regarding the setbacks. So I know, Larry, that you're working on new setbacks from on the property to go from, you could have a patio at 15 feet and then the main structure at 22 feet based on the meeting that was held at the commission meeting last time. So my comment is this house going to be permitted with the old rules or with the new rules?
Okay. First and foremost is that the exception for the setback that you're talking about only applies to an open porch. So the design of this house does not include an open porch, would not meet that development standard. So it would be, as it remains today, at 25 feet. The new code is not, it is changing the front setback on the barrier island from 25 feet to 20 feet. Again, for an open porch, it would be 15 feet.
Okay, do you know when those will come into effect?
That's up to the city commission. We actually are going to be discussing on the next item certain sections of the new code that I'm recommending the city commission consider adopting at this time. And the reason for that being we're closing in on 2 years past the original adoption date for the land development code. That's behind us, but looking forward, it appears that it will be another 3 or 4 months before the final code rewrite is adopted. So there are opportunities for development, the exception with the porch being one of them, but there are other components in the development standards that, in my opinion, should have been adopted a year and a half ago.
Okay, because, well, I could get into it. I'm not sure if this is the point, but could you tell me when your customer is going
Excuse me, you'll be directing the board.
I would like to know when this will be developed and when the permit would be issued. I have a problem with somebody building a house that would obstruct my view, my peripheral view. So that's what this is all about.
I understand.
I don't know that the answer to that question is necessarily relevant, but not because it's a bad question, but just there is not a point at which, the point at which you build a house, there is no locked in, you can never change anything about this. So if, let's say, development approvals came before that code was passed, the existing code as it exists today would apply. But that owner, the same as anybody else who has an existing house, could take advantage of that new code and say, I want to put an open porch in front. And so there's not a point at which you could never make that change. So I don't know that when they were to achieve their building permits, it would not lock them out of any more lenient codes that might be adopted in the future. Anybody can take advantage of those once they're adopted.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other public comment?
No more minutes, right? Okay.
Right. Any more public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any comment on this application?
No, just to echo what Larry said, as long as the owners are aware of the fact that someday there could be a bar 2 doors down and the noise ordinance will get out of control and we're right back here. So, as long as they're aware. Okay.
All right, no other comment?
No, if I'm not mistaken, there is a hotel on the corner, the south corner. think so.
All right. Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we recommend approval of application SPEX 22-06-01.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Chappus?
Yes.
Ms. Soman?
Yes.
Ms. Witherspoon?
Yes.
Vice Chair Spradley?
Yes. Motion.
Okay.
Right.
Onward and upward.
Motion passes. It'll be recommended at the next city commission meeting. And that'll be on the next agenda.
Did we skip Larry on that? I don't remember off the top of my head. Does this go to July 14th? Or July 20, whatever it is?
I believe it goes to the 14th.
I can't remember. I know you had me rerun the ad.
It says July 14th, but it says 2021.
Knocking down.
Yeah. All right, next order of business. An ordinance by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending Appendix A, Land Development Regulations, Article 2, Zoning, amending Section 2.04.02.8, Zoning Schedule 1 Land Use Controls, Tourist Commercial District Permitted Special Exception Uses, reallocating land use Item 2, all principal uses permitted in the medium-density residential district from permitted special exception uses classification to the tourist commercial district, unrestricted principal permitted uses, establishing Section 2.04.02.9.1 Barrier Island residential, non-residential, and master plan development standards tables, establishing Section 2.05.03.3 single-family residential front yard setback exception, amending Section 2.06.07 townhouses to read townhouse and duplex development, establishing Section 2.06.07.1 purpose and intent through Section 2.06.07.17 homeowners association, providing for inclusion in the Code of Ordinances, providing for conflict, providing an effective date hereof. Larry Torino.
I did try to make that as brief as I could. Thank you. Little history of this. What you are seeing and discussing tonight was presented to the City Commission, their last meeting, not to evaluate and approve anything that is being proposed, but rather to consider and to gain a approval for staff to move forward with these certain sections of the new rewrite, to have them adopted sooner than later, and they voted unanimously to follow that process. And the reason I went to the City Commission first before coming to the Planning Board was really because of the time frame. It was actually, it would have taken 2 to 3 weeks later because of the public ads we had to run and so forth. Let's put it this way, for the sake of time, it was more expedient to gain approval rather than waiting for the Planning Board to recommend either moving forward with these different components or not. I kind of told you where we stand with the Land Development Code based on the comments that this gentleman had made. There's been, since the joint workshop meetings, in Chairman Spradley, I don't believe you weren't involved with those, but we did have several joint workshops with the Planning Board and City Commission. We actually went through the entire rewrite since the joint workshop sessions ended, there's been some circumstances that have occurred that have impacted the time frame in trying to meet the time frames that we had initially. One of those is one of the key players for the consultants that we are using retired.
Bummer.
And the other end of the equation, as I pointed out to the City Commission, was that the work demands on my position are such that I could not set aside a standard workday schedule and maintain it to be able to do the work that I had to do. That's the bad news. The good news is, and I'll use the same phrase I used the other night at City Commission, thank you for this young lady sitting across from me and her assistant, who have agreed to assist me in rewriting the chapters of the second edition, which will become the third edition, and will go to the City Commission hopefully the end of August, early September. And I did prepare a new schedule, a revised schedule. I believe we can meet that with the help of the city clerk's office. The only reliance staff has now on the consultant firm is to help out with some of the graphics. We are adding a lot more graphics than what the planning board and city commission had seen initially. This is something I was kind of fighting for from the beginning. I don't really want to go into it, but I think it'll be much more user-friendly with the graphics that we're contemplating introducing to the rewrite. More than happy to go through well, let me first say the four sections that I'm recommending that the City Commission move forward on is what we addressed this evening, and that is a request for a single-family residence in the tourist commercial district by special exception. And the recommendation is to take that category, which was any use up to the residential use up to the medium-density residential classification, be allowed as an unrestricted principal permitted use. Frankly, I don't recall one new non-residential application in the tourist commercial district since I've been associated with the city. It's all single family homes.
Right.
So I think it's good to move forward with that and not have to deal with that aspect any longer. The second change is to introduce into the current code development standards for both residential and non-residential development standards. Each of these sections that I am recommending would adopt the current section codes or subsection code numbers, so it would be a seamless adoption, if you will.
Right.
These same sections obviously will be rescinded when the entire document, the current document is done with, and they will be introduced into a different chapter in the new code. So there's a little bit of gymnastics going on here, trying to keep the appropriate section numbers and references. We're aware of that, but I just wanted to say that the numbers you see here, which really don't mean all that much to you, but to those who use the code, it's very important, and that is the section and subsection numbers. The third change deals with yard regulations. Again, it's a subject that was brought up under comments, and that is an exception for the front yard setback for an open porch,
right,
or an open deck. Again, for the barrier island, where if it's an open structure, it could be built up to 15 feet or a minimum of 15 feet, any dimension or any distance back behind that. So that's the third development standards that we're looking to introduce sooner than later. And lastly, is the townhouse section of the code. If you look through the ordinance, you'll note that the entire townhouse section was stricken as it's written because, quite frankly, it's not doable based on the standards that are in the current code today. The new section that I'm introducing, I won't sit here and tell you that it's all novel and it's all my thinking. I probably, without question, I used at least 4 other beachfront community standards, and with the exception of one, and that is Raleigh, North Carolina. They had an excellent, what I considered an excellent townhouse ordinance. So I took bits and pieces and I put those together to what I best felt would be suitable and practical for our city. So I'm prepared to answer any questions. I don't know if you want to go through this page by page. Your role tonight would be to make any comments, any suggestions to any element or component of what has been prepared, and I will take the responses that I'm given, and I will present those to the City Commission, and I'm sure the City Commission will have their own comments in addition to what you may or may not present.
Very good. Thank you, Larry. Thanks for the Reader's Digest version of that, which is a big Reader's Digest. Public comment. Yes, sir.
Mike Carver, 1504 South Ocean Shore Boulevard. This is regard to the section 3 of that, where it's the setback. Flagler Beach and A1A are pretty unique, and we have a pretty straight road on A1A, and it's an unobstructed view of the Atlantic. A1A is also unique, compared to Central, Daytona Beach, and Flagler Avenues, in that the people travel up and down Florida from, St. Augustine, New Smyrna, all through, and it's a pretty neat view that we have here in Flagler Beach. So I built my house on A1A because I love the view, and I love my peripheral view. I can see the pier, I can see launches from the Falcon 9, and I cherish this view, and I think that if we allow, a 15-foot, it's covered, but it still would obstruct the view of my peripheral view. I wouldn't be able to see the launches, wouldn't be able to see the pier, and I think this code, since it's a straight road right on the ocean, I think it needs to be considered in a separate way versus Central Daytona and Flagler Beach, because it's unique in the fact that we have this peripheral view, and this is what I really love about Flagler. So allowing this new setback, a new home could be built and then obstruct all of that for not only me, but other people that I've talked to that are my neighbors. They want to see this peripheral view. I want to look down that, and it's unique from a perspective of people visiting Flagler Beach. So it's sort of like, this change is sort of like putting a 5G tower in front of the mayor's office. She doesn't like that, and I don't like what this would do. People building, I have a vacant lot right next to me. If somebody built that, man, I would only see this direction. I can't see all the way through. So, so the other thing is, I have a pickup truck. My pickup truck is 22 feet 6 inches. If I want to stay a foot from the garage door and I park my truck, not all the time, but park it there, then it's going to be in the sidewalk. I believe that someone else here had that same issue. And then if they have a fishing pole or something, and this has happened to me, where somebody had a fishing pole sticking out of their truck into the sidewalk, you know, you run into it, you can get hurt. Sorry.
Thank you.
There's more, but.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any comment?
Speak to the comments that were made?
Yes, please, Larry.
Yes, I'm not sure if the comment that was made was speaking to the principal structure in it of itself or just a porch, because the way the ordinance is written, the 15-foot setback is to an open porch. So an open porch, even if you're set back at 20 feet or 25 feet, that won't, I can't see that obstructing your view, because the principal structure is not at 15 feet. The principal structure is at 23 feet. The garage is at 23 feet. So I understand the comment that's being made. And again, this is why we're introducing more graphics into the code, so you can take the verbiage, you can see the picture, it has the dimensions on it, and you can gain a greater understanding of how the ordinance is written. So if you're talking just about the porch, yes, we're recommending 15 feet. There's quite a few properties along A1A that are closer residential properties. And what we're trying to do is to bring back that older element, if you will, and feel. But again, that was taken into consideration when this development standard was crafted, was not to block people whose homes are built at the 25-foot setback.
Thank you, Larry. Is there any other comment from the board?
I have two quick questions. One of them pertained to the porch, and I just wanted you to expand on the term open, and I thought that could be better represented in the...
It will be graphically, but to explain it to you, basically what it is a deck, a roof, and then what type of post or columns with a railing around the perimeter.
Right, no solid walls.
No walls.
Okay.
No.
And the second thing, and I know we're all tired here this evening, but with respect to the townhomes, can you tell me the evolution of all the storage verbiage? Has to have a storage inside.
Storage inside?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you talk about storage space.
In the townhomes.
Yes.
Yeah, because it goes into like great detail.
Yep, it does. And the storage space basically is exactly what it says. There's a minimum of, I believe it's 5 by 7. And that would be interior in the garage. And again, it is just for storage. Mm-hmm. Rather than things that would ordinarily be outside could be, it's requiring storage space on the inside and interior of the structure.
Is that to keep things from being outside in
Yes.
a multifamily
Yes.
environment? Okay. Yeah. I was just curious how we got to those requirements, because I've built a lot of townhomes. I've
Yeah.
never seen it in the code. So I get it.
So
You're
you
trying
can relate to, typically everything is in the backyard or the courtyard. So it's a requirement of being internalized.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Any other comments from the board? Drew, we're not voting on anything.
You're making a recommendation.
Okay, we are making a recommendation.
I do want to say for the record, if I may, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
One other development standard that was addressed that was not in the earlier versions, we briefly discussed it at the city commission meeting, and that is with respect to impervious surface coverage. It's currently at 70% for residential on the barrier island, 50% if you're in the floodplain. In the standards that I'm presenting here, that number has been reduced to 60%, and 50% in the floodplain. That remains the same. also reduce the impervious surface coverage in medium-density residential as well. There'll be more discussion about this, I'm sure, at the workshops, but I just wanted to point that out because it is kind of critical.
Great, thank you. I just want to comment that I am sensitive to the concerns that Mr. Carver raised, but I also hear clearly what Larry is saying, and perhaps there can be a discussion after, but I'm not in a position that I would suggest changing how it's written as it comes to that. So with that, if there are no more comments, is there a motion to recommend this ordinance as drafted?
Yeah, I'll make the motion that we accept it as drafted. Motion, what do we, C? I don't see any numbers or... Ordinance.
Yeah, it's number C under new business,
Okay.
yes. Is there a second? Okay, there's a second.
Mr. Chavez?
Yes.
Ms. Sobin?
Yes.
Ms. Witherspoon?
Yes.
Mr. Chestnut?
Yes.
Vice Chair Spradley?
Yes to the motion. All right, motion passes. Is that also going to be on the next July 14?
That will be first reading on July 14th. I don't know, is this a change? No? We don't have any changes to it.
No.
There's no changes to it.
No.
So we can throw that if you're
But
available.
has an advertisement run for July 14th?
Yeah, I'm pretty.
It's a change of use, correct?
There are
So I
changes.
need 5 days before first reading, 6 before second. My issue comes up is if you change the title in first reading.
Yeah, no, there's no change to title.
Second July meeting.
There shouldn't be a change to title.
But there may be comments from the city commission that may interfere with the,
As long as the title doesn't change.
Table it at that meeting.
okay.
Date certain, I have no issue. And also the previous item you had asked me when that was going to the commission, the special exception, and that will be on the July 14th agenda.
Very good, thank you. All right, we're up to board comments. Any comments, starting with Mr. Chestnut?
We've had enough comments.
No comments, all right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
All right, second?
Second.
All right, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Well, this was interesting.
Oh, you're welcome.
What I was saying on the single-family residential.
Oh, you're welcome.
The special exception for single-family
I know, I
residential,
get
and
a
the building
little
plan
passionate
shows them building
when I
something
hear
other than
people.
single-family residential.
No, you did great.
Allowed in the code, they wouldn't be able to do it. That's the point I was
Oh,
making.
I get it,
So
yeah.
they didn't have to, they didn't really have any work to do with it. You were just giving it to them as a
Yes.
background issue.